Yo, stop stream. I'm late. I'm late. I'm an hour late. Um, we are we're gonna do a little bit of yo, what's up? Too steady, dude. A little bit of I might actually do my video editing that I was supposed to do. I had to go to Los Angeles today, so I'm behind. I'm behind on like everything. My video isn't edited or posted, and my job application still isn't completed for Last Epoch yet. I tried, dude. I tried on this. Really tried. Um, but I'm still not done with this job application. But I might go ahead and just like finish it. Anyways, even though I'm on the main channel stream. I'm hoping that I'm hoping I can do some daytime streaming tomorrow and Friday. I think this whole like waiting till 9 o'clock to stream thing, I've got plenty of energy and time during the day is it's actually like not helpful. I get a lot more done. Just some mix. Dude, software and game dev today, Theo was streaming the whole day, but overall, like it looks like the channel was super quiet.
Ad break incoming.
GMTK, a lot of streamers I watched today were working on the big game jam. Oh, okay. GMTK game jam. Okay. Yeah, dude. I don't know what I'm gonna do tonight. I really need to finish this job application. I might just do it because I just do it because there's gonna be nobody here for probably the whole next 4 hours. I think it'll be dead quiet tonight. $43 months. Hell yeah. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Oh, everybody's dead. I was like, dude, where'd all the avatars go? Yeah, I went to Los Angeles today. The biggest conference for computer graphics, and it's got a big major crossover with the film industry. Everybody that's involved with VFX and stuff in the film industry, called SIGGRAPH. Um SIGGRAPH conference. There's a bunch of film industry stuff there and computer graphics stuff. It's happening in LA today. So I went there and met up with some people. Pretty cool. But man, driving to Los Angeles and back in the middle of the day on a weekday, horrible. Not fun at all. I really hope I don't have to keep doing that. Major sitting in traffic time sink. Okay. Turn off how it can use AI to make video games look worse. She described the DLSS 5 demo from a skeptic perspective. I thought the sub would appreciate a post isn't just about open AI. Half the keynote times. SIGGRAPH is a huge deal. Yeah. NVIDIA has launched new product categories there in the past. Keynote. Starts to play, the engineer starts yapping about DLSS 5. For non-gamers, DLSS 5 is basically video games auto take slop filter that takes the output of a video game, pass it through a transform model, fix it for photorealism. Artist controls that they are using to fight back against their disastrous first demo to Digital Foundry and Co. earlier. One that mimics a mid-tier phone camera, one that looks like a Lightroom and Goodizer script, and one that makes the scene lit by studio lighting. NVIDIA boldly showed off the effect of using masking. For example, you can mask out this guy's face, giving creators the ability to make their video game look like someone's photoshopped themselves into the image. Yeah, what? Dude, DLSS 5 is so... Oh my gosh. Look at some of these call outs this guy found. Holy crap. Boom. Alien cat. I was looking at some stuff related to SIGGRAPH. I drove to Los Angeles today because SIGGRAPH is happening. It's this convention that happens every year for computer graphics in general, and it's more so like the film industry is there. I just met up with people that were attending though. I didn't go on the show floor. It was like $100. I asked them, I was like, is it worth it for me to pay $100 just to walk around this year? And they were like, nah. Like, yeah, it's a lot of sushi. I'd rather save that $100. But man, it was still miserable driving to Los Angeles and back in the middle of the day on a weekday. I had no idea it was so bad. Like, that's the only time the traffic's bad. When I go to LA for like a music show on like a Friday night, actually, or a Saturday night, it's not bad at all. Be a little bit of traffic on the way up, but not much. And then on the way back, it's like midnight or 2 a.m. So then I get to just fly and I get home in like 40 minutes. It's not bad, but man, going up to LA and back in the middle of the day on a weekday, suffering. It was so much traffic. Gosh. I was like, all I did was drive up there and then eat food and then come back home. And I had to take a nap when I got home from just dealing with the traffic. Gosh. So what I'm doing today is I was doing this on the second channel last night. I'm trying to fill out the questions. This is the job application for senior technical game designer on Last Epoch, and their application is ridiculous. They have all these questions that some of them warrant like one of them's like basically a 2-paragraph answer. These are the kinds of questions they ask you in an actual interview. This is the kinds of questions that you would answer in an actual interview. But it's like you already have to make a cover letter for this. It's custom tailored for this. And then on top of that, they want you to write like an essay worth of answers. Crazy. I mean, maybe it helps them weed a lot of stuff out though, because this is basically all these questions combined is basically one like 30-minute interview. It's an entire 30 to 40-minute interview here with all these questions. So I really need to get this one application done, or I'm not gonna sleep well, pretty much this week. I have to get it done either tonight or tomorrow. So we might do a little bit of this on the stream, even though it's kind of boring. I guess it's still game dev related though, so it's not too bad. And then I do still have to finish editing this YouTube video, which is, this has been really slow. I haven't posted a short in like a week because I'm actually making the first short ever with our vibe coded, Adobe Premiere replacement. So this it's getting actually put into production. But it goes slow because like I start working on editing this short like a little bit. I start working on it, and then boom, and then I hit like another issue or something that I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to fix that. I can't move forward with continuing to edit this short until I fix that bug or add that feature or whatever, you know? So it keeps stopping and starting. Some random things, like I added a playback speed slider. You can also manually type in playback speed here. Zoom in. So we added a playback speed slider here for the preview window. We styled the buttons a little bit. We also added a volume slider for the preview, which is something I always wished I had in Premiere. I always have to turn Premiere down in the Windows volume mixer rather than there being controls for it baked into the application, which is frustrating. So that's a cool little feature that we added, but that's just some examples of the types of things that I keep running into as I edit this video, and I'm like, oh, I want to add that. So it's been really slow progress making this video. So we're gonna do those. We're gonna work on those things and like little ADHD like visits and stuff occasionally between firing off Claude prompts. The things that the Claudes are doing right now is mainly the VTuber. So, oh yeah, boom. Trickery's lighting looks, his shadows look worse now, and his very good. Oh yeah, wait, the light, because he's running in Null Engine now. He's not in Unreal anymore. So, yeah, I don't know if this means I have to leave the Unreal VTubers team one day because I'm no longer an Unreal VTuber. I'm moving into a whole new world. But it's a technicality. Yes. I need to purge like half the team. Do you really? Boom, when you do that, I have a request. Well, I don't know. It's up to you if I'm allowed or not now that I'm moving Trickery into Null Engine. But I request, if you make a new team photo, please add me to it. I'll look at that team photo. I'm like, one day Trickery needs, I hope he can be. With his big smile that you created. You created the smile. Oh no, he's glitching out. Oh wait, I gotta reset his. We were supposed to be all friends and build stuff together in Unreal. What's happened? What do you think's happened to that? I've rated Dead Sun a few times. I haven't talked to him too much. I talked to you a bunch. I talked to Steel Pants a bunch. Steel Pants just doesn't stream as often, but he hangs out in all of our chats. Noodle Cat, I think I've rated once. I've lurked in Noodle Cat's stream a bunch. Ender I've talked to a lot. I promoted Ender's stream on my Instagram stories a bunch too. I rated Ender a bunch. Saria I've talked to a few times, but not recently. But last year I rated her a bunch. Oh, I didn't realize Beppo's on the team. I always see him talking in your chat all the time. I didn't realize he's on the team. Bobanita, I've never seen stream. I don't even know what their character looks like. Or Geofracture. Fluffle Pimp, I saw streaming the other day, actually. My first time seeing them stream. Never seen Psy Slime. Condemned PD, I see it in the chat all the time. I don't think I've seen him. I think I see him in your chat just like daily. I don't think I've seen Angel Vayu stream before. I've watched Ninja Gato a bunch of times and followed them. I should never seen. Fruitsy's awesome. Her avatar and the scene and stuff that she's made is pretty amazing. Super polished looking. Max Headroom, I saw this guy's post like a bunch in your Discord when I first joined the Discord. He had a cool setup. Woody Devs, I haven't seen stream. Cable Jack, I haven't seen stream. Griffin Moore, I haven't seen stream. I don't think I've seen Millennium Cyborg stream. Riku stream, you stream a lot. I feel like I haven't seen Riku stream, but Riku, I talked to Riku a few times. Rated Riku. Dead Sun's always streaming. Dead Sun's got a really good following and a pretty good viewer base. I just don't rate him as much because he's usually like playing video games. Good for building an audience. He's not in the dev category as often. The only reason, but when he is streaming the dev category, I try to rate him. That opportunity that happens. I didn't know anything about Unreal when I made the team, and I wanted to collab and build stuff with others, but everyone is busy or doing their own thing. We all could have had the same project capabilities. What do you mean? What's your vision? I feel bad. I don't check your Discord as much. I literally like only check my Discord. Selfish on that note. I have yours. Yeah, I basically like mainly check mine, and then I drop this down, then I have ones from work. And then yours is right here below my work ones. First one are the work ones. I saw you posted in general a couple months ago, and you're like, what's everybody working on? And like nobody replied to you at all. And I was like, oh no. I just didn't say anything because I'm like, well, Boom definitely knows what I'm working on. The team is a failure. Oh, look, you asked for a collab here. Like, imagine if Ender and I teamed up with Nightclub Stuff on Unreal. Yeah, that'd be amazing. I could see you guys totally. You guys have overlapping projects for sure. With that, I don't know what to say, Boom. It's like it's really hard to unite a group of people, and I think I saw you talking about it before, but like the brand of like people that are doing VTuber stuff in Unreal are fiercely independent in the first place. It went to Unreal instead of like whatever the PNG VTuber program is or whatever, because they you're like, I want total control. I have a vision for a VTuber that looks different than anything anyone's ever done before, and the only thing that lets me do that is Unreal Engine. Song is noisy as hell. Drama Trauma Dump. No, I'm down to hear about it because like I've seen you like being sad about it a few times this summer. And I'm a part of your collective team. I'm a part of it too. But I'd kind of do my own thing a little bit. Like I said, I try to I think what's important is at least that we rate each other, you know what I mean? That's one of the main benefits of a team. Um, like I prioritize rating people in the group if they're actually doing stuff that's like, related to what I'm doing, which is stuff in the software and game dev channel. I don't rate anybody if they're just playing video games. Um, both in the group and outside the group with like all the people I used to know through the game I worked on at work and all that stuff. Like I never rate them. I try to find people that are doing building things. Since that's all I'm ever doing on this stream. Keep it same like genre for people. Otherwise, they're just gonna like bounce off when I raid somebody if they're playing a video game. Um, so I think that well, I at least try to do my part in that. I think you do as well. I think you raid other members when if they're online. Um, so we at least have that going. But for like what you're talking about, trying to unite people into one project is so tough. Um, because everybody's doing stuff in their free time, you know what I mean? And a lot of people have like jobs, so when you have like only 10% or 20% of your life is free time and the rest of it is obligations to other people and your boss and whatever, then people get really selfish, right? With their fresh precious like precious couple like drops of free time they get or something, to be part of it. I think that's where I got my addiction joke of stealing coding because no one wanted to collab. I'd pretend to steal code from them. Makes sense. We'd save time by collaborating. I guess so. Depends on what the end goal is. You should do a talk show, Boom. I always wanted to do an internet talk show, virtual one. I tried to like a late night talk show. I tried to start one on that platform I was on, Core, and I don't know. That could be something. Audio reactive function spectator camera with vector based positioning, color table for redeems, tune shaders, pet systems, bits redeem robles. Is that all stuff that you still need to implement or that everybody re-implements themselves over and over again?
Claude paused to ask you something.
Save hundreds of hours. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Now I see what your vision for the team was. Well, unfortunately, Boom, I am deep motion scene switching.
Ad break incoming.
Unfortunately, Boom, I'm doing not everything you listed, but I'm about to do a lot of that stuff, but in my engine. That's why I'm moving Trickery to my engine is because all this stuff that I wanted to do with like redeems or like weird reactive animations and like um integrating what he's doing with what's going on in the stream, like I'm just gonna vibe it all now. Once I get him back up to parity, like it'll be super easy. It's just gonna be like it's whatever you can imagine it's gonna happen. Um so unfortunately I've left Unreal for the purpose of trying to implement a lot of those things you're talking about at like hyper speed. Or I would definitely be on board with collaborating on all that. the scene switching stuff, I actually helped. Look, I try to do some research for Captain Steel Pants. He was working on I can't remember the VTuber that he does all the contract work for and Unreal stuff. He was telling me about some roadblock he hit with scene switching stuff. Trying to do some research that time. Well, Boom, I think you are uniquely on a very hyper focused, high powered mission. Make the most advanced VTuber in the world to impress God. Impress all gods. And every human being on the planet. So you do have like a next level motivation to dig into all that stuff compared to the majority of the people on the team for sure. Got Claude and the laser patterns, yeah, but I feel like it's for everything you do. Seem like you've been ordained. Ordained. You've been put on this earth to make them the most advanced VTuber the world's ever seen. And a massively chonky cat that gets run over by vehicles constantly. Yeah, leading a team is like so hard to rally people. Really hard. Speaking of that, I've got my own thing or we're trying to promote right now, you guys. Anyone that's lurking in the chat right now, if you guys have any vibe coded games or apps or anything that you have made using AI to program it, feel free to submit it, be shown for a stream on Saturday. I'm gonna stream during my daytime hours on Saturday. We're gonna try to do like a 2-hour stream, I think, and anything that you guys submit on this Google form, I will play on the stream. Right now, we only have 2 entries. I think that we're gonna do this once a month. How much submissions? Just 2. Just 2. You and like one other person too. So I'm hoping we could have at least 5. That's why I'm probably gonna stream like tonight. I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow during the day, and I'm probably gonna stream like a lot on Friday to try to, rally people. Man, I just want at least like 3 more entries so we have content for like an hour. We have it'll be like a show. Otherwise, it's just like me checking out 2 links in the chat, basically, if it's only 2 entries. Yeah, so this is just gonna be the test run, you guys, for this show. I'm gonna try to do it once a month, the last weekend every month. I think will be something we can all remember. I would do one every 2 weeks, but I feel like I'm gonna have too much crap going on with job interviews and crap to like be able to keep that pace up reliably. So we're gonna do once a month, last week of the month, and we're gonna live stream it. We're on a Discord stage. I'm gonna bring people up on stage, and the chat will play their stuff. If you have a multiplayer game, you'll be able to get bodies in for testing. A bunch of people, can hammer on it all at once. So, yeah, so we're just gonna do like, I don't know, we'll see how many we get just from trying to rally people through streaming normally the rest of this week. Um, and then uh yeah, hopefully we get enough people. But what we're gonna do next month is I'm gonna post about this after we do episode 1 and we figure out the production kinks of it all, like how to do the Discord stage, all that crap. Like after we do the pilot episode of this showcase series, community showcase series, what we're gonna do next month is I'm gonna post about this on the vibe coding subreddit and the AI game dev subreddit. So I'm gonna post about it on both for the next round, and that could blow it up a little bit. We might get like 10 or 20 entries or something like that. Especially for the game dev, I think it's important, and it's actually something valuable that we can provide here on this channel of, hey, like you'll be able to have like 20 to 30 people testing your game at once, because I bet there's a lot of people vibe coding multiplayer games that need playtesters. So yeah, so let's see. But I did not want to post it on the Reddit for round 1 because I want all of you guys, everybody that's faithful viewers that have been hanging out here this whole summer, to get priority on the first one, right? I don't want a bunch of randos from Reddit to like flood the spreadsheet. I would ignore them anyways to play favorites with the regulars here. So, yeah. So we dropped the link to the form, guys. We have 2 real entries. We have 1 troll entry from freaking. Oh wait, I already linked the form. I already linked it. Okay, cool. Boom, trauma dumping. Yeah. This will be epic. I mean, I hope so. It'll be the inaugural episode. It's like a pilot episode of any TV. It'll be a little rough around the edge. Prescott, oh yeah, your talk show is pretty cool. Sorry, Boom, it's a frustrating world. A lot of things I wish I had collaborated with people on and missed opportunities. I'm gonna go with my laziness is the killer. Something I hope to change about myself before it's too late. What? I don't know if it's a killer all the time, Prescott. It makes you a more fun, well-rounded person to hang out with. There's trade-offs. Your Reddit post, TikTok, and your reel did 100K views each yesterday. What in the hell, dude? This for the spaceship game? Still, dude, that's insane. You got so much motion on that thing. Amazing, bro. Congrats, man. You're the prodigal son of this community, this channel. You're the shining star, shooting star. You're gonna surpass all of us. Game dev notoriety. Woo Dragon, F Society. I don't believe in collaborations. Yet some of my favorite games are made by a team of devs. Yeah. I'm just gonna flex on my cool stuff in spite of all my friends. Boom, all you have to do to flex your cool stuff is just go live. And then all your viewers do it for you. They summon things to the screen that I never knew existed, like an otter. I didn't know otter was one of the keywords, and a 3D otter just shows up until I tuned in last week. Like, what? Blue Dragon, but have you heard of BioShock? Yeah, what about BioShock? Um, we- what's the angle here? I just told Cody my solution. I told you about how to not get down about chasing your dream. Just do what I do. Don't have any. Yeah. That was in a movie too, wasn't it? Isn't that like what Vince Vaughn said in Dodgeball, I think? But in different words. Yeah, how to not get down about chasing your dreams, you guys. Just don't have any. Problem solved. Oh well, Boom has crazy streams. Dopamine hits every 0.15 seconds. Yeah, I'm telling you, like the title should just be like your one-stop shop for Dopamaxing and Dopamax, or just the title should just be Dopamaxing in all caps. That's how I've been marketing it to people that I share it with. Wu Dragon. Oh my gosh, dude, is this like ChatGPT or is this Wikipedia? What's going on? Executive project leadership. This tier managed the macro vision, overarching milestones, and cross-studio operational pipelines. Creative director, lead writer, Ken Levine. He owned the definitive creative vision, story design, world building, and ultimate sign-off on narrative tone. Director of product development, Jonathan Che. He managed Apollo operations logistics across the international suite. Project lead, Alyssa, principal producer. Oh my god, it's a lot. Dude, that's a lot of text. I'm not gonna read all of it, but yeah. They were not collaborators? What do you mean by that? They all had to work together for the project to come to life. Dude, how do we have all these Twitch bots showing up? Interesting. There's new plague bots spreading. They were directed by a top level. Oh, hierarchical. It was a hierarchical structure rather than a flat one. But it's called flat organization versus hierarchical. Yeah, that's how bigger studios work. Bigger budgets. Or top down. One interesting case, though, of collaboration at high level I saw the other day is I saw that every designer that's ever worked on like League of Legends is in the League of Legends wiki. Like people tracked all that. Yeah, like this guy is one example. Look, you literally like League of Legends wiki has a Riot Games staff page and it's enormous. 528 people on here. And they have like every designer tracked and which heroes they worked on. So that you can see a lot of the heroes, like this guy solo designed this hero, but then he collaborated with this other designer on this hero, and he collaborated with this designer on this hero. And a lot of the heroes in League of Legends were like 2 or 3 person projects. So that was interesting. Yeah, and then their Twitters are all linked here. It's insane that the fans have tracked all of this down. I think it's cool too that their screen name is here as their middle name on the wiki. That's how I had my name set up on LinkedIn for a while. And I was like the weird one for doing it, but apparently it's just normal. Riot Wiki. Bioshock Infinite, the team ballooned to over 200 people. Managing such a massive group proved difficult for a highly iterative director like Levine, leading 2K to bring in executive closers like Rod Ferguson to enforce stricter production timelines and cut features. Yeah, that's interesting. That is something that is a struggle to balance in the game industry. There is a problem with the most creative people are overly creative, and they're like overly um like dive into like nitpicky details or derail or redo everything pretty often, and that is the role of producers, bigger game companies. Like they kind of, their job is to kind of be the handler for the creative directors and um the directors and the designers and stuff. Because the designers hate it. They feel like they're like a, you know, a kid with parents like putting some kind of rules on them, and they're like, I don't like rules. You know, I'm a rebel. I'm a creative free thinker. And that's why they're a strong designer in the first place. But it doesn't line up with reality all the time. So it's not like a bad thing. I would not say that's an evil thing, apparently, that like some guy had to be brought in to help rein in BioShock creators uh feature lists like a little bit, because I've been on the receiving end of seeing how like when there is no one telling the when there's no one telling somebody in charge that is also a cracked crazy designer like know that much, then projects do just wander, and they just go into all these crazy directions and stuff. Yeah, some of the most creative people are not the most I don't know, rigid in like production timelines and stuff like that as you need to be for successful. So that's not, I'm just saying that's pretty normal. That's not surprising that the closers had to be brought in or something for somebody that's like really open-endedly creative. If you look right now, the next game that Ken Levine has gone on to make has been in what they call development hell. He's been making for 10 years. 10 years he's been making his next game. It'll probably be fucking awesome. It'll probably be awesome, man. With that much iteration. But that's the reality when the new studio he's working at, he co-founded. So that's the reality when the crazy, awesome, harebrained genius designer people are in full control of the budget and the timeline and everything, is that you end up with a game that takes 10 years to make. Yeah. No one's a hero. No one's a hero when in the game industry. Like there's no such thing. No one's a hero in general in life. Everybody's got like different flaws, and they've got downsides. They've got things they're really amazing at, and then they've got some kind of weaknesses and shortcomings. And then the superpower comes from people that have the people that succeed and do accomplish a lot in life are the ones that have the highest degree of self-awareness of what their shortcomings are, and then they're able to intelligently recognize and surround themselves with the people uh and be in the right place where there's the right ingredients and the right types of people that um that make up for all your weakness that that you're aware of that you have, if you're the person that's leading the team and leading the or running the company or whatever. um so that's something to recognize. The like creative director or the visionary designer for a lot of projects gets like glorified in some cases, but then I don't know. For some projects, there's people that are notoriously obnoxious to like work with, um, as trade-offs. Hmm. With Diablo 4, what do you mean? Diablo 4 is kind of a design by committee sort of vibe of a game. I think it's decent now. Some of my friends are playing it, but when it first came out, wasn't it kind of like not great? Faceless voice, what's up? New haircut. Good morning. It's morning for you. Good morning. Yeah, I have interviews. I went and met up with some people today. So, and it was really bothering me. It got too long on the top as it grew out. And it's hot now too. It's like 90 degrees. It's like almost 90 degrees every day now, right now here. The other reason. I don't understand the drama behind firings in game studios. What do you expect with doing a job? It's like a contractor. Yeah, basically that's what it's all turning into is a bunch of contract work with no health insurance. It's the new reality of almost everybody working in games and even film. Um, Film has kind of always been that way, just hop from movie to movie. But a lot of people have pointed out that because of the gig work nature of film, that's why they've had to like put together lots of strong like unions and laws and stuff for film industry. Um, and games doesn't have kind of any of that infrastructure at all because it was a little bit more of a stable, normal job. It's starting to not look that way. Majority of people. I am the hero in Fallout 4. You aren't working in supply chain where you're needed for a decade. Good luck in interviews. Thanks, man. It's okay. You're still not amazed by it. They don't need unions. They need people to start charging more for their services. What do you mean? You mean the developers? Developers need to be like, you need to pay me more. The only people that can demand more pay, realistically, is like people that are engineers and to some extent designers with a significant reputation. The problem, one of the biggest problems is the level of skill of labor in cheap areas of the world, like Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, and South America. Their skill level for art, for 3D modeling and stuff, is pretty close to what you would get in North America or Europe for like a third of the price. So literally like it's a race to the bottom for the artists, fortunately, most part, North America. If they're just a pure artist, they're not like also a little bit of a programmer or something. It's pretty bad. And a lot of 3D modeling people can't just be like, well, you need to pay me more. I need a fair wage. Because they'd be like, okay, well, we'll just go hire someone in Brazil to do it instead. Bye. That's literally what they've been doing. So, uh, Quinashine, it's insane how much of a factor health insurance is. It really makes you realize that they have us working out of fear for our health. To some extent, yeah. Yeah, America's whole health insurance was so terrible. How it's tied to your employment and stuff. It's not bad when you're like by yourself. It's bad if you're trying to support a family, from what I understand. In California, though, they've got like I've got zero income right now, man. I've got Medi-Cal. Dude, you can get like anything for free. Done with Medi-Cal. Medi-Cal's crazy, man. California basically has if you have zero income at all, you kind of have like a European healthcare system type thing going. It's wild. But I think if you have a family, it becomes a hobby. Yeah, well, that's what's gonna happen. A lot of what goes into making video games, um, it's all gonna become like playing guitar. It's already kind of this way, but it's gonna be just like playing. It's gonna be on making video games is gonna be with especially the vibe coding. It's not gonna be that special. Everybody's gonna be like, yeah, I made a video game. I made a few video games. It's gonna be just like playing guitar. Um, I have a YouTube short talks about this a few times. Yeah, just imagine that. How many people do you know that play guitar and they get to do it full time for a living, right? They're basically like either like a rock star or the next thing down is like they're like a stand-in for major like bands or something. So they go on tour with major bands occasionally as like a backup guitarist, something like that. Like, and then and that's a very small percentage of people that literally get to say like they wake up and then all they do all day is play guitar for a living, without being like a teacher. For 95% of people that play a guitar, it's a hobby. Did you see the health of Stardew Valley creator after he finished the game? No, what was it like? Kind of moved to Cali, yeah. Yeah. There's trade-offs here, but I think California is pretty awesome so far if you have some kind of inkling of a career path going on. Like I wouldn't come here until you already have a few years under your belt and whatever your career path is. Once you do that and you're in the mid level in whatever you do for a career, and if there's the industry is here, I think it's totally worth being here for the prime working years of your life. Then you can then leaving probably get a house or something. But pretty sweet place to be here for a window of time. It'll be more about brand building, and a lot of art jobs are already like that in your. Yeah, definitely. It's all gonna be about brand building, like you're.
Ad break incoming.
What's the other 5%? The other 5% is the people I just mentioned, like people the other 5% of people that get to play guitar all day for a living is like people that are teachers one way, and the other way is they're like a stand-in, like a backup player for bands, and they go on tour for major bands, but they're like a backup player. Um, that's another way. There's people that play at like bars and stuff all the time in cities that support that kind of thing, like Nashville. But even then, that's like a hobby for a lot of those people. And then finally, at the top tier, there's literally like rock star people. This point is about building your brand through TikTok and crap, playing guitar for a living. Less about the actual skill. Um, after he finished Stardew, he was mentally and soul crushed because at one point he was ready to give up. Yeah, that's fair. He put like 5 years into it. Dude, imagine if he tried to do that without having any significant other at all. You got an ad? Long arm. You got the good advice again. The second time hearing that advice tonight. My life hack: give up before you start. Hell yeah, brother. We're just having a big old party, you guys. Just a big old party. We got a big keg of beer. Got some feast. Big old party. Nice. That was a big party. Ad. Infernius. So you're saying the entry level market here is bad in California? No, I'm just saying it's less safe. It's like I do have a friend that he wanted to go into film, right? He went to school for film. He came straight out here to Los Angeles when he's 22, fresh out of college. Um, and he couldn't find shit, dude. He's like scrounging for random gigs off of Craigslist and just found all kinds of just barely anything. He couldn't pay for anything. He had no credentials under his belt. He had nothing to lean on, and he had no salary to command at all. It's the rent is so high. That's why the rent is so high here. Like you don't. It's just a stupid risk, and there's a high chance you'll have to literally like give up and go back home. For people that are like, I don't have any career years on my belt under my belt on my resume, on my bullet points on my LinkedIn. I've got nothing to show for what I can do yet. Let me just pack up and move to one of the most expensive places to live in the entire world. It's just not a smart move to do that, you know? That's all it is. There's definitely probably some entry level stuff here. You're going to have to live with a roommate. Sure. Or two. Boom. Move to Brazil to be a game dev artist, then move to Cali to get a studio position with your work experience. This is a valid play. This is a valid move. How good is your Portuguese? Calculated risk. Yeah. Start before you give up. Oh, that works too. You just do that on loop. You're back. I think film has been a bad market to get into for a while now. Oh yeah, for sure. That's a rough thing anyways. But my friend went back home and he started his own video company back home in North Carolina, shooting commercials and stuff for car companies and car dealerships and random companies that need their products advertised, and he built his business up over there and he's doing super well. There was a market over there that was unfilled. They crushed it. Has like enough years on the show. He has no reason. He's running his own business, so he sets his own hours and stuff. It's awesome. But it's like he has enough experience. You could just come out here and then um be hired for a salary that covers rent. So yeah. That's the only reason why I say probably don't move to California until you're mid-level your career skill set opposed to entry level. All right, well, I appreciate that all you guys that are here right now. This is cool that I don't go live for 4 days on the main channel, but we have a rigid schedule now, and whenever I go live, there's 20 people here. It's cool. Crazy, man. Now that there's more of you guys here, again, I'm gonna mention this again. Don't have many entries yet. This Saturday we're doing our first vibe coded video game and web app showcase. I have a submission form for it. I posted it on the Discord. So if you guys have a vibe coded app or game that you want us to play live on the stream, and the chat can play it too if it's a multiplayer game and all that stuff. If you guys want me to like review it, look at it, critique, some feedback, as well as the chat giving you critique and feedback, submit it on this Google form, and we'll play it when the event happens Saturday morning. It's happening during my normal morning time. If you look at this Discord post in the news, if you're interested in participating, this timestamp is time zone adjusted. So what I'm seeing on my screen here, you won't see on your screen. You'll see whatever that time is for you locally. I try to pick a time that overlaps. It's like 9 o'clock p.m., I think, in Europe. Like 9 or 10 o'clock p.m. in Europe. And on Saturday, it's 2 o'clock p.m. East Coast, U.S., 11 a.m. West Coast. So hopefully that's a reasonable time for everybody. As opposed to right now. This time right now is heavily EU coded. Any Blender people here? There's definitely some Blender people here. You're stuck in Cali till you make enough to move out. This software is kicking your ass. Blender's a little bit confusing for sure. I feel like it is. I come from like the industry standard keybinds. I always wanted to make something similar to EVE Online. You can do it, man. There's nothing stopping you. It's 11 p.m. in Central Asia for you. It's 11 p.m. Saturday. That time is, you're exactly 12 hours offset from me. Well, I think maybe if I did it at like 10 a.m. my time, it might be better. I don't know, man. You gotta stay up late then. The money to set up the infrastructure stops you. Well, you can do something small and then you can grow into something bigger. Like my plan, if I start prototyping an MMO, is Hetzner or Contabo. They have these bare metal server boxes. Hetzner and Contabo. Basically you'd pay, I did the math, and you would pay $300 a month, so $3,600 a year can get you a really amazing server that could handle like a couple, like 2,000 players probably or more. on an MMO at once, and that's if the simulation is significant. You're probably handle way more than that. A couple thousand players on a server for like this box here, like $100 a month, and then you could get one of them in Germany from these companies, Hetzner and Contabo. You could get one in Germany, would be $100 a month, and then you can get one in central US for another $100 a month. And then they also offer ones in Singapore if you want to try to serve China and Japan and Australia and Oceanic and all that. I think that's the best you can do is you put something in Singapore, and that'll be good enough for everybody involved in that area. So that's my plan. The next time when I finally am like, okay, I'm gonna get serious about prototyping an MMO, is your Hetzner Contabo, $300 a month. I'll have a nice box with like 64 gigs of RAM at least, maybe 128 gigs of RAM, 8 cores. Yeah, 2 terabytes NVMe. That's all you need. It's just it'd be running the server instance and the database as well for like auction houses or whatever. Yeah, so that's the bare minimum prototype setup. You're trying to make an MMO right now, in my opinion. And you just serve 3 regions: EU, Asia, North America, and you do central servers for North America, so you don't split between West and East, because that's just overkill. It always makes for a weird splitting player base. Thanks for showing. Yeah, no problem. I did all that research recently, Brock, trying to figure out a way to run a database or something globally. Yeah, we've had a consistent number of YouTube viewers tonight, by the way, you guys. Just a reminder, if you want to listen to the stream without music, you can tune in on the YouTube version. But it's okay. We got a good crowd here, and I haven't streamed in like 4 days, so I'm just yapping the entire time. This is basically the talk show already. A late night talk show about the game industry. Vibe coding. AMA Zoomer, what's up, dude? Happening. 9 a.m. for you? Yeah. It's mostly like a couple crazy late night NA people in this chat all the time, and then like all the morning early bird people. Guys, you want to see something cool? I worked on this Saturday and Sunday, and we got this working. My AI avatar in my taskbar, she's animated now. We did all these animations with AI with Kling, including, I'll show you what it looks like when she talks. We did oh, she's got an Easter egg animation where she looks around sometimes. But for her, when she talks, we got all the phonemes, the mouth shapes. Like I just got her to say the word watermelon a few times and Kling, which covers a lot of mouth shapes. And then Claude went through and it extracted the keyframe face poses from her, that clip of her saying that word, and then it did some tweening between using FFmpeg. So let's see. Hey, Ornex, what's your thoughts on state of the game industry right now? Microsoft just laid off 3,000 people, and Bungie just laid off half their staff. Depressing. But look, she's thinking. She has a thinking animation. Look at this. She's got like a processor on the side of her head, and her eyes light up while she's processing.
It feels like the industry is eating its seed corn trickery. Studios overhired during the pandemic boom, chased live service money like it was an infinite vein, then executives panicked when growth normalized. So now the people who actually make the games get cut while the strategy that caused it often survives. Ancient pattern, actually. Empires always blame the scribes before the generals. I think we're in a brutal correction period, worse for workers than for the industry as a machine. The hopeful bit is that talent doesn't vanish. It leaks into indies, smaller studios, and stranger projects. But gods, what a waste.
Well, that was a proper spooky answer. I like that a lot. What'd she say? The generals blame the scribes before the generals? That was wild. We clipped that, I think. Clip that.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 1 hour 23 minutes 19 seconds in. Building the short in the background.
Crazy. Why says like 95% of the image is a little rhombus on the 60 to 70? You talk about the ones on the side? Does not feel like 90? Oh, because the fill meter is the VRAM. So the VRAM's at 15 out of 24 gigs. The percentage is how much how hard the GPU is working. The GPU is doing 87% work right now, all the streaming stuff. Yeah, the fill meter is giving us the VRAM usage. Oh, you know what else we were gonna add to her? We'll do this right now, you guys. We're doing fun stuff. This is what the main channel streams are now. They're just fun stuff and chatting. Very little real work gets done anymore around here. So one time she like interjected. She was like listening to me for like no reason one time. Because it bugged out like with the push to talk key, it got like stuck. And I kept talking, and then she randomly interjected when I was talking. It was like really kind of spooky and cool. I think somebody mentioned we should try to like get that to happen all the time. Let's see. Hey, can we try adding some new Hermes behavior here? We'll see how it goes. I think add it on the right click menu also for me to toggle it off or on. Add like I don't know, it'd be like passive listening or something like that. But basically, like it needs to detect just randomly when I am talking into the microphone. It needs to detect if there's microphone activity, and and I'm not using it after a push to talk key at all. So this is when I'm like addressing the chat for the Twitch stream, or I'm talking to myself about what I'm working on or something. And I Yeah, I want Hermes to randomly eavesdrop on what I'm saying when I'm talking on the microphone just normally, and then, figure out if it's worth not taking any kind of actions at all, no kind of computer actions or anything, but just being conversational and like making a comment about um what I said or interjecting or something or providing extra thoughts on what I said, but without being prompted by me directly, and obviously still in personality. All right, so we're gonna add a feature where Hermes just randomly eavesdrops on what times just like his stuff without us asking. Nice and weird. That's like what I'm trying to do with trickery eventually. VTuber, gotta move. All right, that's a better addition there. Okay, so one of the things I'm trying to do with trickery as well is this similar concept to what we're adding to Hermes here, where he randomly breaks free from being under my control, right? Like I'll just be doing whatever, and then all of a sudden trickery breaks out of it, and kind of weird animation, like he looks around or something like that, and looks at his like hands or something weird like that, or like crosses his arms, and then it does something, or he just like laughs randomly. I think that would be really cool if it looks like he's just alive on his own. Sometimes, then other times he's like connected to me. You know what I mean? I think that'd be a bit unsettling in the best way. So my plan with that, we're gonna get my full body motion capture VR set up with the Vive trackers and stuff. We're gonna get all of that to feed into the game engine so I can record me doing mocap animations with him in real time. Or not in real time, but yeah, like I would act them out and then I would save them and then be able to tweak them in the engine. It's gonna be a long, slow process to do all that, but yeah, it's something I've pictured for. What mocap gear are you using? Just three Steam VR base station 2.0s, an Oculus 3 for the headset, and the HTC Vive trackers 3.0. Yeah, these things. I have five of them, seven of them. I can't remember. Yeah, I have a bunch of these, and then I got the Steam base station. I got three of these set up in my room. I never got a fourth, but really a good spot to wire the fourth. You need VR? Yeah. Yeah, this is the cheapest. It was like $2,000 for everything, and that's including buying an Oculus 3, from, if you don't already have one. But each one of these base stations is like $200, and then each one of the Vive trackers like 100, I think. Yeah, $230, and I have 3 of these. You need at least like 3, or the accuracy is kind of crappy. And at most you can have 4. 2 of them's all right, but you need 3 really. So, yeah, if you get 3 of these, and then you get like, I can't remember, it's 5 or 7 of the Vive trackers, and you get an Oculus 3 headset or whatever other headset, um, that is the cheapest way to do full body mocap at your house. It's $2,000, and it's actually better than the Rococo suit in a lot of ways, because the Rococo, it depends on what you're trying to do. The Rococo suit's like 10 grand normally. Oh, looks like they have a cheaper one now. Cool. But the old Rococo suit, like the one that Code Miko bought originally, is $10,000 is how much it was. And the problem with them is that you constantly drift, and you have to keep like recentering it and stuff all the time. But what's cool with the VR Steam base station full body tracking is that it knows where you are positionally in your room, so it doesn't have drift over time because it's not using accelerometers. It's actually tracking where you are in 3D space inside of your room. Um, so I don't know. I did a lot of research into it, and basically, yeah, I found out the Rococo suit's actually kind of like, and the XSense stuff is actually kind of crappy, compared to doing full body VR. But the full body VR is like a headache to get working. Cares not maybe much. He's not moving much right now, but I want to record like whole like music video clips and stuff with him eventually. And I want him to like I said, I do want him to move more. I want him to just randomly be animated on his own, where he like holds his arms, he just like scratches his chin or something. Yeah, I want to do a bunch of weird stuff, and that's why I'm going to try to translate the. I wanted to do all this with him on Unreal, but it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare to get the Steam VR stuff to work with Unreal and work with this application I had to buy off of Steam for tracking everything and porting the data in Unreal, and it was like I couldn't get it to work. I tried for a while, for a few days. But I think now with the power of AI and a vibe coded AI native game engine, we could do it in like a week.
Ad break incoming.
A lot of focus. I don't know if I want to focus on it right now though. We'll see. Projects is always fun. Thanks. What we try to do here. Da-na-na-na. Okay, so other cool stuff. Trickery's face. Wrong. Where's the actual export
Claude
images?
wants you to choose an option.
Hey, okay, so Trickery right now has it actually just looks like honeycomb pattern on his head for the shader material. Keep that one, but make a new one and see if we can recreate this pattern that he was originally supposed to have, but we could never figure out how to make into a mathematical shader. It's like I'm sure you can tell from this, but it's basically like the repeated like cube pattern with like faces of the cube, but then the cube faces of the cube have lines that are going either vertically or like horizontally, like diagonally. And then the gaps between the faces of the cubes is black. See if it can make an actual shader for Trickery's face to make it the way it was supposed to be this entire time. And stuck as the heck was it called? My brain is blanking. Starts with an M. Some kind of weird tiling shader thing. Whoa! That was a good message.
Claude wrapped up the task.
All right. I go AFK for just a second. Back. This song is edgy. No, you don't. Man, the rest of my house is like freaking hot, dude. The heat sucks. I can't sit anywhere that isn't right next to my air conditioner at my desk. Okay, so we asked the Claude to see if it could create a recreate Trickery's face pattern. So fun fact, Trickery's original intended face pattern came from a bandana that I bought off like a rave EDM raves vibe website thing. It was silly. So I bought this bandana and it came in the mail. I don't know why. I was like, oh, this thing's awesome. I want to see it. I want to take a picture of it, but it's covering my entire face. I want to see what that looks like. And then Trickery was born as a character from just this random bandana that I bought. But this was the pattern that the original bandana had. So this is what's intended for his head, not the honeycomb that you see right now. Oh, wow. Edgy anime vocal samples. Have you heard of Quinn 3.8 Max? What's up, Ice Creek? No, is it good? I've heard of have you heard of Laguna 2.1? That's a really crazy local one that just came out also. Really good. It's a super cheap monthly plan. Oh, it's on a monthly plan? How many parameters is it? Oh my god, it's 2.4 T. A lot of T, bro. High T. Released at open weights. Qwen 3.8 Max is a 2.4 trillion parameter multimodal model power previewed by Alibaba Group on July 19, 2026. Model ranks second only to Anthropic's Claude Fable 5, though no official third-party benchmarks or model cards have been published yet. Love it, dude. We're, we're doing good right now. The US companies come out with a new model. Boom. 1 month later, China comes out with a new model. It's like just as good but cheaper. And the cycle continues. Crazy. Their $200 plan is like $68. Wow, dude. Wow. Cool, man. Yeah, I'm still just on $100 Claude, dude, for the whole month. I'm not going to do anything different until $100 Claude's over this month. I've got 3 more weeks. It just does so much for me. It's just crazy how much I get done with it. Plenty. plenty. 3.8 max cumulative prompt token. They're trying to show it's better than Kimi K3 some ways. Yeah, they're trying to show it's more efficient than Kimi K3 in tool calling and stuff. It's not as fast as Kimi K3. Kimi K3's got faster speed, it looks like. $100 Claude going? Yeah, you don't have to pay $200 for Claude. There's a $100 plan. You only get 5x usage, so it's basically like 5 times the $20 plan. The $200 plan, you get 20x usage. So you get more bang for your buck for the $200 plan. That's why everybody uses that. But you really like, I can't even cap the tokens out in the $100 plan right now, man. Stuff that I'm doing. Oh, they boosted it? No. No, not that. No. I'm just saying I can't get through it all. Oh, I saw they brought Fable 5 back on the plan but capped it. Yeah, it's funny I'm giving this full unrestricted administrator privileges on your PC. Yeah, true. None of us have anything that important anyways. The value of all of your data, like getting resold to people and stuff throughout the year and being used for marketing and whatever, like $700 a year or something is what I saw. Some ad for Incogni. Like, our data is valuable, but it's not like, not that valuable for your average just human person. Jellyfish. Cheaper. Crazy, man. Well, 3.8 max seems pretty nuts. Sorry. Sir, a second 2 trillion parameter Chinese open weight model has hit the market. That's pretty funny. Uh, the new Grok models, they're training right now for the new Grok models. They kicked off back in March or April. They started the training process for a 2 trillion Grok model and a 5 trillion Grok model and a 10 trillion Grok model. How insane is that? The 10 trillion parameter Grok model is an ambitious ultra large scale AI training project. How insane is that? We know for a fact there's a 10 trillion on the horizon for Grok 5. 10 trillion parameter variant is in pre-training as of May 1st. There's no official figure for Fable 5, but the estimates, it's probably like 3. It's probably like 3 or something based on it. 3 to 5 is the guess. 3 to 5 or 3, 5 or 6 or something. Because of how it's stacking up versus the Chinese. The Chinese models are just behind it, and they're like 2.5 or whatever. So Fable Mythos is probably like somewhere between 3 and 5. Yeah, so 10 is insane. This is insane that 10 trillions on the horizon for Grok 5. They've already started pre-training. Like Elon tweeted that earlier this year. Pretty crazy, dude. This one, I saw a LinkedIn post about this one that NVIDIA like. This one seems super freaking cool. Laguna S 2.1. 118B model. Mixture of experts. But this is probably now the best local model that can fit on a DGX Spark within 128 gigs of RAM. Yeah, they showed this thing is like it's beating DeepSeek V4 Pro Max in like a bunch of tasks. SWE bench, beating DeepSeek Pro Max. It's on par with Qwen 3.7 Max and MuseSpark 1.1, and this thing's only 118 billion parameters. So this one's pretty. This one's also one I just saw that got announced this week. That's pretty freaking insane. I can't wait for if one of our DGX Spark owners that hangs out in the chat shows up. I'm really curious to hear if they're trying this one. Yeah. Yeah, it's beating a 1.6 trillion parameter model in a bunch of tasks, and it's 118B. These people are all another Poolside's another lab in SF. Pretty insane. So I would love to try this one on Spark. I don't have one yet. Got to get the stream bigger so we can get a Spark. Start doing some local model stuff on the stream. Fun. Whoa! Look, Claude did it. Trickery's got his intended face mask. Oh my god, it got so close. This is insane looking.
Finally, the mask has a face. Claw may now be insufferable for at least 3 business days, Trickery. Ad break incomings.
Crazy how productive I am when I have agents. I feel like I'm on Adderall. Yeah, that's fair. I feel that too, man. I felt so lethargic the last few days trying to grind through job application stuff and like cover letters, and and not vibe coding all day anymore. And it's just like I'm getting nothing done. I know what you
The
mean.
Claude's done with the task.
Odds are awesome. It's a constant stimulation of them getting stuff done, pulling the casino slot machine. It looks really good. The white portions are not like bright white though for some reason. This could partially have to do with our shadows. Um, but it also had to do with the density of the lines. I think it looks like we've got 4 of these lines on each face. I think try reducing it to 3 lines per cube face. But it's pretty insane looking so far for sure. It's just like that. We got the shader I've always dreamed of for Trickery. One fell swoop. Because we've moved him to my custom engine. All I have to do, ask for it. This.
The Claude completed the task.
All right. See what it says now. A lot brighter now. We need to give Claude before and after screenshots of what Trickery's face looks like. Ooh, no.
A tiny nuisance, Trickery. Same angle and lighting if you can. Claude is clever, not immune to being gaslit by shadows.
Hey, it looks like the borders got like thicker. Like you cut it in half instead of like the bounding box of the cube faces needs to stay the same size. Refer to the original image. But now we only have 2 white lines per face instead of what I wanted to see, which was 3.
Claude completed the task.
Ice Creek, holy shit, you put Noldrum's characters in your stream avatars? They're animated. Yeah, dude. We replaced stream avatars. I don't use it anymore. It was crashing all the time. That shit was freezing. So we kicked it out, and in the last couple weeks we vibe coded a full-on replacement using the Noldrum's game engine. I have video evidence that it can handle up to 1,000 characters on screen at once if we ever want to. Yeah, dude, we figured out a whole process.
Video evidence is how every doomed engine rewrite lures its next victim, Trickery.
Oh, really now? Dude, we figured out a whole process all on our own and then found out other people are doing the same thing. but it's okay. It's still cool that I discovered it by myself. You do green screen for the sprite animations. It's how I animated my AI over here as well. We used all AI to generate her original image, to animate her and everything. Talking. Yeah, dude. Like here's the death animations for the characters. Yeah. So also Ice Creek, you can pick your character here. Choose which one you want to be. Also you can pilot your character here. Marcus Lau 346. What's up, dude? Yeah, the other thing we're gonna do on the background art is Ice Creek is we were gonna have oh man, the frame rate's too high on this thing now. Making my camera lag. We're working on some of the what stuff looks like in the far distance on the engine yesterday. So it looks more like classic WoW or something, you know, with the mountains in the distance. I got rid of all the pop in that was happening on the terrain. So the terrain was like popping like Black Desert does, and so was the grass and all that crap. We have no more pop in on the engine. Um, when you're running through the world, it's only at 100 FPS right now, but that's because the stream is running. Um, need some bigger trees, man. I don't know why those trees weren't fogged out. Something's wrong there. Yeah, the other thing we have to do is Mystical Cell, what's up, dude? Question. What is one thing you would like in a chat bot that most chat bots don't have? I don't know, man. I feel like I've built everything into my chat bot that I would want. Mostly the automated messaging, at like regularly scheduled intervals. Um, and then I use Nightbot for the commands. That's the only two things that I feel like I really need. I don't know. Is there anything else you can think of? To me, having the commands, the automated messages for recruiting people to subscribe and follow and join Discord and stuff like that is like the two most critical things I feel like that a bot can do. Oh, the other thing that I should add to my bot actually is automated shout outs when people raid your channel. I actually forgot. I don't have that. Boom has that on her expensive bot, and I always forget that I'm missing it. God, it's hot in this room. Yeah, those are pretty big. I have all those. Try to figure out what some more stuff people might want. Are you trying to like sell it as a product? Like a subscription or something? I thought you were just making the bot for your own stream, personal use. Brain is dying. Yo, Cobra Chicken locked in? Kind of. Been mostly a chatting stream for the whole first like hour and a half straight. It was crazy fun. This is a stream where I'm trying to recruit people to submit their apps to our vibe code showcase that we're gonna do on Saturday. I don't know if there's new people now lurking in the chat that weren't here earlier, you guys, but I announced in the Discord that we're doing a vibe code showcase on Saturday. If you have a game or an app that you want to be play tested or reviewed, showed on the stream, we're doing it live Saturday. You just have to submit something on this Google form and show up when stream happens. FYI. Need a couple more entries. There's only like 2 on there. I'm hoping we have at least 5 things to fill out the hour fun. You know, do that kind of programming, but you might be interested to see the showcase. Yeah, show up as a viewer, show up as a game play tester or app reviewer. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run a Discord stage, and after I play people's stuff or I look at it, I'm gonna pull them on stage, and chat with them, tell them like what I thought, and then they can also be reading the Twitch chat and responding. Okay, we're almost there. Now make the dividing lines like a little bit thinner and then push them in more. Because if you look here, the inside column is like slightly bigger than the left and the right columns. I think I'm gonna have to go to Los Angeles a lot more than I would like. Oh my god, much stuff going on up there. And the drive is so obnoxious, but I get a feeling today won't be the last day I have to go up.
Y clywed squash the burgie.
How often do you find yourself stitching together dependencies in a way that uses your data versus actually coding the handling of your data? Dependencies way that uses actually coding. Do you have an example? I'm trying to picture what you're talking about here. Hey, I want to add a feature to the bot for the multi-stream chat up in the bot. If somebody raids me on Twitch, can we do an automatic shout out command for that user? Post it in the chat. The Twitch, the official Twitch command is just slash shout out, the space, and then that account name. The person that just raided us. Raided. Rue Tanks, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, dude, our follow meter's missing today. I'm dumb. There it is. Got one sub, one follow today. It's a pretty late night vibes, late night stream. I find myself rarely, if ever have to do anything original in Python? What do you mean?
Ad break incoming.
You mean versus like using AI to do it, or you said you don't do that kind of programming with AI stuff though? AI is insanely good at Python right now. I was asking if you had any example cases of what you're talking about with stitching together dependencies that use data versus coding the handling of the data. For a game engine, for a game engine, when you need a new tool, you know the shape of the data ahead of time. So you ask the designers what do you have to like, what are the needs? What's the data going to look like? What's all the data you need for this thing? And then you figure out how to shape the tools around the data that they're going to use. Ad break. Um, that's usually how it goes for a game engine, and for my role as a technical designer, I have to deal with a bunch of data and then some kind of tool that utilizes it. I also have it where I can add custom commands and aliases. Nice, like Nightbot. If I want to organize and process data, I'll look up the algorithms, scripts, and libraries, etc. I'm gonna skip this song. This song is kind of obnoxious. The beauty in you.
Shit.
That's a test. It's a test.
Oh shit.
I'm not actually rating myself right now. That'd be silly. Because Claude's adding the auto shout out for raiders. Instead of actually writing a whole application, you'll organize and process data. You'll look up algorithms, scripts, and libraries, etc. Instead of actually writing a whole application. I get what you're saying. You like structuring a lot of the stuff around
Actually,
the data.
that's often the saner path, trickery. Less build a cathedral. More raid the ruins for working machinery and wire it together.
Okay, that's what you're doing. You're raiding the ruins and wiring the machinery instead of building the cathedral, apparently. We added it today where the bot, where my agent, Orinex, my assistant, she randomly eavesdrops on things that I'm saying in the microphone sometimes. Pretty interesting already. Take the most battle-tested boilerplate code. Guys, you have to help me out with this terrible habit. I keep talking to the microphone. I'm too close to it, and then it like covers my. Trying to get better about it. I'm trying to have more self-awareness. Catching myself. Makes the clips look happy. I keep noticing it. Do so powered up. Then like think up a more optimal algorithm, for example, on the spot. Oh yeah, for sure, dude. You should always use where'd your dude go? Might be dead, bro. I'll just search through 388,000 algorithms that best fit and copy paste. Hell yeah. I mean, that in general, that's the right thing to do. most techniques you need for a lot of things are already invented, and there's not a lot of need to reinvent the wheel. The only time to reinvent the wheel is if you need to build like a new wheel in the future. Understand like the fundamental of how the wheel was built in the first place. But for most applications where you're just like actually trying to get a working product, um, best to best to reuse what already exists. I feel like Trickery's talking is not sensitive. Oh my god, his face pattern looks almost perfect. Did it this time. Like remaking wheels, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's therapeutic to do a few hundred lines of TypeScript in a day. Cut out for that? That sounds terrible. I noticed a couple of fans on my GPU stopped spinning, so I spun them up with your finger. They started spinning again. That's one way to fix it. Nice, dude. Yeah, this one is Oh my god, this one's 5 line segments per cube face. Crazy it looks that crisp there, but we can barely get 3 on his current setup. His hips are hinging weirdly again. Ugh. Yeah, his movement's still not great. But we have the shader that I've always dreamed of. Okay, it looks really good now. Okay, next, I want to see if we can figure out how to create the hair that he was always supposed to have. So it's supposed to be like ink brush strokes, essentially. They're constantly like ribbons, I'd assume, that are scrolling. But they need to follow like a vector field that sort of has like a flower bud shape to it. Kind of like a Super Saiyan hair on the Dragon Ball Z characters, sort of general shape. And then it needs like little ink splot like particles that are dissipating off the tips. Before you start working on this, go look at the first VFX that we prototyped for the fireball in the Null Marlequin project. So we have a structural VFX system set up in the game engine already. It's just gonna probably need to be continue to find to be able to pull this off. Off to bed, catch you later. All right, man. Thanks for chilling, dude. Hope you got some stuff done. All right, let's see how close Claude can get. Literally just asking it, make the hair like this. Like I'm literally just demanding it to do this. I think it'll get kind of close. Oh shit! I kind of want to use Fable for this. On pause. Going up to Fable. Yes, switch to Fable. Going up to Fable on this, guys. I trust Fable more with some artistic design stuff. EEB walking, shell coding, and manual API resolution.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Stick those terms into Fable's cache, really? All right, Claude's going to work to try to make Trickery's hair the way that I've always wanted to look. And we put it on Fable for this. We'll see how close he gets. I don't think it'll look perfect, but it might be kind of close. We'll see. Technically awake. What's up, dude? Can I waste your time for a second? How does the LLM create 3D VFX? Just a quick 30-second explanation. I'm a full stack dev. Not very familiar with graphics. Cobra Chicken only catches updates, break your demos every now and then. Oh, interesting. Technically awake. Way that it is possible is because I vibe coded my own game engine from scratch. And I built the engine with Claude from the ground up to be AI native.
Vibe coded or not, Trickery, building an engine from scratch is still the old right. First you make the world, then the world invents bugs specifically to humble you.
True. It's true. So we made the game engine with Claude earlier this year in like the springtime. And I designed it in a way where the AI, all of the data internally in the engine is just minified JSON, which means it's really easy for the AI to structure and manipulate the game data. So our VFX system roughly models the Unreal Niagara system. In VFX, there's some bread and butter concepts in VFX. This might actually be a good token burner. Oh, yeah, I know what we can do. We'll make some visual diagrams here to explain how you construct VFX. No, minified, tiny, minified JSON. Minified JSON is a compressed version of JSON. Basically, we found out, like, I even did research about YAML and TOML and Zon and Ziggy, all these different other object notation languages. And JSON is actually the most efficient with the majority of models. They do some specific compression of pieces of JSON into like singular tokens. So it's the most token efficient thing. Boring and unglamorous as it is, because JSON's been around forever. Good. Hey, I need you to make a new educational visual like app on the website for this one's gonna go in the Omni Artist Consortium page, and this one's gonna be about how VFX are built in video games from like a high level, like conceptually. So it needs to show how, you know, your starting building blocks is either a mesh emitter or a sprite emitter. And then I wanted to show the different types of like emitters, like a ribbon or you know, like spawners with like physics, I guess. I don't even know. Like I need this myself to learn about it. I just know the very basics, right? Um of how you basically start with those two types of emitters and then you have things translate and scale and change opacity over a timeline, and that's how we get everything. There might be some other different types here, like volumetric particle effects or something. I don't know what that would be classified as. But yeah. More objects with better use of blank space interests me. Okay, technically awake. Did I kind of answer your question? We're about to answer it with some visual support here in a moment. Um, but yeah, essentially, the way VFX is constructed in a game engine is really simple. Start with a sprite, like an image, you know, like this is an image. And then usually you have some transparency, like we took the background out. So you either have a bunch of flat billboards of like cards of sprites that are spawning all over the place, you know, or in a row repeatedly. And then they're, once they spawn, then you're applying physics to those particles where they spin off or they grow in size or they shrink or they float or whatever, you know, or they rain down. And all those particles that follow just general movement directions that you're coming up with, they're either a 2D image or they are a mesh that's repeating and spawning and then moving around according to the rules that you've structured, right? That's all VFX is at its core. That's all it is. It's either a bunch of meshes or a bunch of 2D image billboards that are always rotated to face towards you to keep the illusion that they're there. You know what I mean? So you don't realize that they're flat by walking to the side of them. And yeah, so that's all VFX are, and that's all that Claude has to do. Claude just has to. I told it, you know, this hair is a series of ribbon effects. Oh, let me tell it. Oh yeah, by the way, I think you're gonna have to set up attachment points all over the Trickery's scalp on his head of where his hairline should be and stuff for where each one of these ribbon emitters comes from. Yeah, so anyway, so like on his head, what this is, right? Each one of these is an ink brush stroke, right? Oh wait. Oh, wait a minute. App? Does the app work right now? Does this work? Work? Does it work? Not working. My whiteboard app isn't working. I can't draw on the screen for you guys right now. That's lame as hell. Get another cloud on it. Hey, my whiteboard app isn't working right now. Can you find it and figure out what's going on? It's the whiteboard app that's supposed to run like while I'm streaming to be able to draw stuff. Hang on, before I ask him to do that. start it up. Maybe it didn't start up. Ah, there it is. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, let's zoom in here. Oh, yeah, sure. So you represent graphics and minified JSON that Claude understands, especially this custom engine render, this format and source code. Claude has it in scope. Yeah, exactly. And for my game engine source, it's about 130,000 lines of code. It has some special plugins that we've modified. I have a modified version of Graphify, so the entire source code base is like stored in abstract syntax trees that are mapped out to like a graph of the code base, right? With edges and stuff to figure out how correlated different things are. It has like a query layer as well. So that helps it with extra knowing what's going on. But the VFX system's small. But anyway, so you see like this, each brushstroke is going to be an attachment point on his head, right? Like on his scalp, he's going to have all these like attachment points, right? Underneath this. And then each one of them is going to be what's called a ribbon particle, right? Where it's going to be like an individual sprite card, right? Of an ink brush stroke like this, whatever, right? And then this part's going to be transparent here. And then we're only going to have like, it's going to have transparency, right? So you only have the black ink brush piece, like what you see up here. And then this gets repeated. You know what I mean? Like this is going to get repeated. So it'll make, so a bunch of these sprites chained together along a spline path is what's going to give us this hair, right? It has an attachment point on the head, and then we tell it to follow a spline path. And along that
A little
spline
spine
path,
of sprites on a spline, trickery, elegant if you sample by distance, not by control point index. Otherwise, the chain bunches up like nervous little ghosts.
I didn't think about that. It's true. Today's our first day experimenting with allowing Hermes to just interrupt me randomly and eavesdrop whenever it feels like it. So anyways, so that's what the hair is going to be made up, is a bunch of these sprite cards that are along a spline that are just repeating over. They're spawning here, and then the chain is running up and following this. And then as it gets towards the end, then the opacity is going to get less and less, and then it's just going to fade away, right? When it gets to the tip here. So that's all very programmatically representable fairly easily, right? That whole description of what it's doing is representable in JSON. Now, the tricky part that we have to add, though, that is actually pretty difficult, that is not built into Unreal. It is built in Unreal, that stuff can follow it, but you can't generate these flow fields in Unreal. People have to do this in Houdini, typically, but we're going to add this to my game engine right now. This is going to be built in, is to give the hair, to have the hair follow, like, this overall rule, where it follows this, like, Super Saiyan character, like, you know, flower bud, like tulip bud, like shape, like this. To get it to follow that, what we're going to do is we're going to create a vector field, is what it's called. So a vector field is a three-dimensional series of tiny little directional vectors in like a 3D cube, right? That's basically dictates directions that a particles are going to go in. It gives them guidelines and suggestions of you know, where anything going through that three-dimensional space, the direction it should flow in, essentially. So we're going to make a vector field that keeps these ribbons flowing in the general hair shape that we want. Otherwise, like I had a tentacle hair on this Unreal version, and the tentacle hair doesn't have a vector field attached. So the tentacles on the tentacle hair just go all over they'll go like this, they'll go like this, they'll fold over each other and go
Hard break incoming.
inside of his head and all this crazy shit. But by creating a vector field finally, which is the approach I came up with a long time ago, I just didn't get around to it because I needed Houdini to do it from what I saw in tutorials in Unreal. Now we're gonna see how good of a job Fable can do of generating. Basically, I told it make a vector field in the shape of Super Saiyan hair. Right? So we're gonna see what that looks like in a moment. I'll show you guys. There's probably a good image of a vector field that we can find on Google. Vector field. Yeah, this is a two-dimensional vector field, right? You see it's just a bunch of vector directions that dictate the way things are going to be oriented. Let's see if we can find a three-dimensional vector field. I mean, these aren't the best ones. This one's probably pretty, right? So here's a 3D vector field. So a 3D vector field is the correct way to mathematically represent Super Saiyan hairstyle. That's the we're going through all that effort. We're trying to represent the Super Saiyan hair shape through three-dimensional mathematics. Very important. Yeah, sure. So, yeah, I read that. Yep. So that's pretty much it. So by knowing that this is the building blocks that we need, you know, and being able to be this specific with Claude about what I'm doing, I'm confident it'll get close. But you still have to engineer the approach. I think if I just blindly ask Fable for, if I gave it a picture of my character and I was like, make this hair, it wouldn't do a very good job. But because I'm able to tell it, hey, it needs to be a series of ribbons attached to the scalp, and they flow through a vector field that's shaped like Super Saiyan hair. By just having the keywords, I'm hopeful we'll get some decent results. See. In my 3D avatars have an armature and a root. Think of this as the skeleton that drives the mesh. In my 2D, it is sprites rigged together with spring joints for the most part. Oh, nice. Yeah, spring joints help. I mean, you can have IK handles on two-dimensional skeletons. I don't know if you've seen Spine. Spine is a really cool. Well, it lets people rig up two-dimensional characters. Damn, it's only 1:10, you guys. I will be here for one more hour. You guys. Oh, sick. Yo, Flame66, thanks for the follow. Oh, it was a kick follow. I don't know if it was a real person or bot, but appreciate it.
Claude's done with the task.
Flame 66. Yo, just thinking, starting vibe coding, any roadmap or advices, brother? Um, Understand how to actually code a little bit first. Um, and so I don't know where you're at in terms of knowing how to normally program. You need to know a little bit of it. And if you already are a traditional normal programmer and you just want to know how to do the vibe coding stuff, then my advice would be start with one like Claude, like one AI, whichever one you're going to use. And start with one and then start to figure out over time how to add more and split them up between multiple projects and
Whichever
multiple
mind you summon, Trickery, do remember, some of us have better taste in centuries.
uh she took offense to me saying whichever. Um Cobra Chicken. I'm not sure what would be helpful to know for a full stack dev. What? Yeah, I would say in general, like start with one AI and just start doing it, man. Like I'm 1,000 hours into vibe coding with AI at this point, and there's just so much weird stuff. Like each model like feels different. It reacts differently. There's different like things that can go wrong with a model. And you start to stumble onto those things yourself. Over time as you use it more. So that's a big part of it. You just got to use them more. But yeah, figure out how to add more slowly over time. Don't don't feel like you have to jump straight into having 4 different clouds working things all. And be careful of work trees. Just try to keep them tasked on completely different features or projects. Well, you're making a game, so you have to implement all the format handling. What do you mean? Um, okay, wait. By the way, full stack devs use frameworks in engine. LMs like Next.ts use it. I think you get the most out of the model uses it like framework. That's true. I haven't gone this far and tried to make my own engine. I just abuse the ones I can access. What in the fuck am I looking at? Hello? Why is there floating trees? Most experiences in Unity. Oh man. Well, all the other game engines are going to catch up. They're going to be like fully AI integrated within another 2 years, probably. By the end of 2 years, they'll be able to do anything my game engine can do in terms of the AI integration part of the equation. The f- Okay. All right. What is this? What did Fable say it's done on the VFX so far in his head? Rainbow's clean. Uh, Flare out mid-height bulge converge to the tip. The Super Saiyan flower bud silhouette with swirl and simplex noise wobble. Unit tested flare below bulge converge above pull tracted pull straight back pedal serve. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so did it do it or not? Let's find out. Okay, did we make sure that the I'll just check it. I'll just check it. I'll just check it. Ah, not quite there. Okay. Cool. This is a good start. But as you can see, like they're not the vector field is like way too big. It's not like clinging to his head at all. It's all above his head. It's like starting from the top of his head and going up. But it's supposed to kind of basically be coming out from essentially the center of his head. Um and then yeah, the socket points for where the ribbons start, they should be attached, like actually literally on his head. They have to be attached, like attachment points, like socket. Use the socket system. Make new sockets on his head, and then we should be able to attach ribbon
Tiny
particles.
cursed rigging wisdom trickery. If it should move with the skull, make the socket live on the skull, not merely near it. Otherwise, the ribbons will betray you the moment he emotes.
Okay. Okay. Clearly, it first try is not close. Can you add a white background behind it to really see it? Does this um yeah, I don't know. Maybe technically awake, maybe. We'll figure this out as we go. This is just a concept. I think it could have an outline. The tentacle version of his head looks a lot better. We got to do something about the talking. Like, wow, 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 wow. Mouth is not moving enough when I just talk. Um, okay, we still have to work a lot on the general body movement, but I'm gonna pause it for now. I wanted to ask if you could increase the sensitivity of the mouth movement because when I talk, he's like barely moving his face right now, or maybe like reducing like a minimum threshold for it to move. When I open my mouth wide, like it looks good, but when I'm just talking, his mouth is mostly totally shut. Not permanent, just a white window on it. It needs an outline. It needs an outline. Like I could show you what the tentacle version of him looks like for comparison. Sees. Running controlling the geek up model. No, not. Don't use local mod. I see. So you deploy mods by using APIs and local. What do you mean? Okay, here's the technical version of him technically awake. The Unreal version. Yeah, when I'm talking, his jaw just like opens up way more. You see how the tentacles are black, but they have a really subtle white outline. They're overlapping with the black background. Yes, they're more visible. So I'm gonna try that if we get this to actually look how this looks. A bit of an outline, and we'll see what we can do.
VTuber Claude's done with the fix.
Wow, 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 wow. Talking. I'm just talking. Yeah, his mouth open happens a lot more when I'm talking. I, I'm just talking right now. Oh, that looks crazy. His jaw like unhinges. Oh my gosh. I'd say the tentacles not having a fixed point in the head is slightly terrifying or creepy, but their animation and movement is good.
Claude's done with the task.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty cool, but it wasn't what I designed for him originally. It's just the only thing I could do with his with Unreal. I followed a YouTube tutorial. I found the YouTube tutorial for the tentacles. It was like I was like, "Oh, this is close enough." Hey, the like overall bulge of it is like way too wide. It's like 4 times as wide as it needs to be. Check it out. And here's
A bulge that overcommits is very common trickery. Ancient sculptors solved that with restraint. Horrifying concept, I know.
ancient sculptors fix that with restraint. That was actually I'm not gonna turn that into a clip, but like I'm gonna listen back to that if you clip that.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 3 hours, 32 minutes, 38 seconds in. Building the short in the background.
The only issue is foreseeable is when the models update. For what? For maintaining software products that use AI models or pick up.
Claude wrapped up the task.
Yeah, it's just integration AI in general. Yeah, a lot of people are frustrated that build a lot of AI based software products are frustrated with that in general. They have to that's the one update they constantly have to deal with. Um they want they want to be able to like, oh, I just vibe coded this thing and I never have to maintenance it. It's just runs itself all the time. But instead they're like, oh, every time the models update, I constantly have to go in and push an update for my 7 software products that I'm trying to run all at once. RP bought on 4.0 when it updated, it killed Luna. Interesting.
Ad break incoming.
Yeah, I saw some guy say that he wishes they had a pointer to like you could just say model latest. You could say like model latest, that'd be kind of good. Okay. All right. The Unreal version still looks better. I think we made some significant progress so far tonight. When I'm talking, yup. You got to look at some of the modifications we did in the Unreal version. Okay, it's not just face sensitivity. There's like something else that we must have modified directly in Unreal. His jaw like unhinges, and it goes to more of like where his like lower jaw like moves when I
Done.
talk in general. Hey, so it's moving more, but it still looks wrong compared to the Unreal version. The Unreal version like unhinges and lowers his bottom jaw like a lot more when I'm talking, rather than just accenting every single possible blend pose sensitivity.
Sounds like the pivot is too high or too slidey. Trickery. A real jaw doesn't just move down, it rotates forward like a little cursed hinge.
The Tentacles version is on Unreal Engine, and this is on your own engine? Yes. Tentacle version is on the Unreal Engine. I started building him 2.5 years ago in Unreal. Yeah. So the one with the tentacles is Unreal. That's why the lighting looks way better on the tentacle version. I don't know if you notice, the shadows are like extra crispy, like the neck and stuff, because it's Unreal, and it hogs my GPU, man. It eats up a huge amount of my GPU. That's part of why we're moving him to my own engine. My own engine's more performant than Unreal, with a little bit of a visual fidelity hit, of course. But man, yeah, right now my engine version is at, my GPU's at 60%. Here's we can do a direct comparison. So he's running right now my engine. GPU is bobbing between, oh, the GPU goes up when I zoom in, I think. Yeah, GPU goes up when I zoom in. Oh, that taxes the GPU more. That's pretty crazy. I didn't know that. Yeah, look at that. It just shot up to 90% from zooming in. So, okay, my GPU's at 70% right now. All right, 64 to 70%. 15 out of 24 gigabytes of VRAM, okay? So, let's go open up the Unreal version. All right, Unreal version. This is the Unreal version. This is what the window looks like. Unreal version, my GPU usage is at 85%. And my VRAM is at 17 gigs out of 24. So so officially we now know, and we're starting to get some VFX simulating on mine, so we're gonna get close. And we're gonna add the cat back as well.
VTuber Claude wrapped up the task.
I'll hide the cat just to show he's not making a huge dent in GPU use. But so the GPU usage is about 10% more in Unreal, and the VRAM usage is 2 gigabytes more in Unreal versus my engine. Yeah, the face tracking's better, and then we have the RGB head on He has hand tracking too, but I haven't gotten it to work again yet on Linux. Um, if you were to ask the AI to fix the face physemes, will it just do it if you use the right keywords? What do you mean, like what I'm doing right now, where I'm trying to get his face to like be more sensitive when I'm just talking? I think it looks
It
better
might
now. It looks
trickery,
good.
but right keywords are only half the spell. For seams, the useful words are usually weld vertices, merge by distance, fix normals, and match UV border, because apparently even machines need ritual names for obvious things.
We got that part covered. So being a little repetitive right now, but but yeah. Uh we do just need it. I'm just telling it like, hey, I want the bottom, like the jaw to open more when I'm talking. You commit everything. It looks better now. I'm gonna go look at the specific tweaks that we did in Unreal for the next round of polish on the face movement, because there was particular ones that we exaggerated in certain ways. The convergence point needs to be like half the height. And then also it looks like some of the emitter like socket points are attached to they're attached to the front of his face. Um can you move up or remove any that are like on the front of his face just above his upper lip? Because yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And please make sure that these ribbons are attached to the surface of the head and they're coming out of there um as their origin point when the ribbon starts playing. And the initial direction should be relative to the normal of where the socket is located on the surface of the
VTuber Claude wrapped up the investigation.
So if you asked it, can you exaggerate the lip visine shape keys when I talk? Make the shape keys more expressive there. Know how to tweak the lip visine shape keys that involve the jaw and the expression? No, it can't actually change the shape of the shape keys. It would need Blender to do that. I think. Actually, that's not true. I think it can use the existing one and then like over apply it somehow. But yes, basically what you're saying is what we already did to the Unreal version. So we'll open the editor. I'll show you. That's what I just did to it, man. I just asked it like, "Hey, make it more expressive." And then it just amplified the value and it didn't look good. It didn't look right, which means asking it across the board to amplify it was not enough of a solution. What we did in the Unreal version is we tweaked specific things with Boom's help and Boom's advice. Largely
Claude's done
Boom's
with the task.
on this one. So here's Unreal. Let's go see if we can remember. Go look at what Boom told me to do when we set him up.
Claude finished the task.
It's on the skeletal mesh in the animation blueprint. Boom has a good grasp on Unreal in general. Yeah, absolutely. Better than me for tech art stuff by far. I'm not the best at tech art. I barely do what I need. Okay, where did she have me do this? It was over here. We did head yaw is -1. Head roll. That was not, this was not it. Modify bone transform. Nope, this was the other stuff that I had to do setting up the iPhone. Right here. This is what he recommended. Mouth smile left and mouth smile right are following blend exponent 2.0. They're ease out. So jaw opens, expo out. Mouth smile left and right are ease out. Mouth left, mouth right's ease out, expo 2. Mouth upper, up left, ease out, blend. Jaw open. These aren't even running. So we did some modifiers here on what the curve looks like for some of the specific shape keys. And we ramped up how quickly they position. About jawbone or not? I don't know. I can't remember how she said it. Here, master. Whisper, whisper. I will add cat girls in the doldrums. I will add cat girl whisper. Here for your daily check-in. Daily attempt at persuading me. Nice, man. God, I've never used WhatsApp in my life. Um uh no, like all the tools and glossary for everything. All the tools and glossary for everything. Could AI just do it for you? Would be wild. Is he sleeping? No, I wasn't sleeping. I was looking down my phone. Somebody was texting me. I was trying to figure out freaking app. Trying to figure out WhatsApp for the first time. Never
A
used that
complete tools and glossary
stupid
layer is
app.
exactly the sort of drudgery AI should eat trickery. Very civilized. Feed the machine the paperwork. Keep the interesting mistakes for yourself.
Neck's gonna hurt if you keep doing that. Yeah, it was hurting today actually. Maybe that's why. Like do a 0.5 transform over 15 keyframes as action and the AI just cracks out the animation work. Yeah, absolutely, dude. No, 100%. That's the new thing that matters. That's how you get so much juice out of AI. That's a part of my secret sauce. That's my recipe. Is learn you what's most important now is you learn keywords. You have to understand what things do, but you don't have to know how they work under the hood anymore. Like not at all. You just have to know the keyword of like everything and then what that does as like a tool. You know what I mean? Like somebody can tell you like I don't know, like if you know what a segmentation AI model is used for, right? I don't know how the fuck a segmentation AI model is built. I don't know how to train a segmentation AI model. I don't know how many layers it has or what kind of engineering shit's going on in the harness for or the the Onyx like build or whatever, the parameters for how to change it. I don't know any of that. I just know I need to select an object and separate it from a background. Segmentation model does that. And you just ask Claude, set up a segmentation model to run on my local GPU to extract this object from the background. That's all you need to know. You just need to know like the keyword and you need to know what the thing does, with what that keyword does, what that represents as like a tool function, essentially. So the more vocabulary you gain for like these tools, essentially, could be an AI model, could be an algorithm, could be a framework or a library or a data structure or a architecture like structure type like ECS, for example. Um, the more of these you know, where you just know the keyword and you know what the purpose of that tool is, um, the more you can get done with AI. Now, people can go deeper when they truly understand how those things are built and how they function under the hood. Then they can know all the pros and cons and the trade offs of all these nitpicky like details. But already, just off the bat, just by knowing a bunch of keywords and knowing like what tool functionality essentially that represents in the realm of building an application or a piece of software, you're already miles ahead of most other people that are just blindly using AI to vibe code and they don't know any of that terminology. Yeah. Clip that.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 3 hours 59 minutes 43 seconds in. Building the short in the background.
Oh, that'll be a really technical and hard to put together. All the pose work on 3D models that would actually be terrifying. At some point, it's not productive. Like it's actually like a waste of time to try to tell AI like move the elbow 30 degrees.
Actually, trickery. Yes, posing 3D models is how artists discover that just move the arm is a lie told by cowards and riggers.
Yeah, use a lot of context sometimes. Um, you can use WhatsApp. You can use web WhatsApp, so you don't need to use your phone. Oh, is that why a lot of people use it? The person that was texting me, they're international. I think that's why they use it. Why they have it. I think they go to different countries. unwrap and repack this UV map to best utilize VRAM during runtime. Yeah, you could do something like that. Like pack it, be efficient, make no mistakes. It was the Android version of iMessage. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that's the first time I've had someone tell me that their WhatsApp number, that they're on WhatsApp. And I'm like, what's the only time I used it previously was for group chats like 12 years ago in college when we went on a trip together. So but I'd heard a bunch of people use it and I just didn't know why people use it. Like, what's the point of this when I just have an actual phone? It will just whole owl that task in Blender. What, UV unwrapping? I don't know. I haven't tried the Blender MCP. I don't know what it does. Southeast Asia all use WhatsApp. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, interesting. Because the messaging is free instead of SMS. Oh, because they're all using Wi-Fi with their phones, not doing texting. Okay, well, I'm learning new things. New people from new places, cultures, things along the way. I knew a few people that now it makes sense. Something that would replace expensive single use software. What would? Okay. Yeah. So like, let's screenshot this shit and let's feed it to the claw that was in charge of the face expression. Hey, here's some screenshots of what we did to accent specific expressions on the Unreal version. So you can see we changed the curve type for how they're lerping. And then some of them, the blend exponent is 2. So there's only a few of these that we modified, but I think this is largely what is giving the Unreal version the unique character that it has versus our native. All right, so now it's going to copy what we did in the Unreal version. See if there's anything else we did. Finally getting back in. Boom helped me with the spine lean also. I can't remember. I don't remember doing the spine lean part. AI helped me with. I can't remember how I got this.
Ad break incomings.
Japan and Thailand use Line. I haven't heard of Line. I know about WeChat. People in the US can't use WeChat at all, right? Because you need an ID to be on it. World outside USA is practical. Not everyone has iPhone, so iMessage cannot be standard. iPhones are id. That's my hot opinion. I think they're okay. I think they have their own pros and cons. I've got a Galaxy. I won't even say WhatsApp is an Android iMessage. Let's try to copy BlackBerry message. Yeah, no, the Android message, there's literally Google Message. I use Google Message. My family. I'd say that's probably their straight up Android iMessage, maybe. I don't know. WhatsApp might have more features. Google Message never took off? Huh. I use it. I was using the Verizon text messaging. I don't know what happened to it. All of a sudden, like, I turned on my phone one day and replaced it. So random. Used to be into crypto, so you've ungovernable communication. Oh, nice. Is that why you're on Signal? All right, we got back from the ad break. A bunch of you guys died. A couple of you guys still alive. Like Telegram, then since they don't show numbers. End of your Signal DMs. Hmm. Yeah, the whole end-to-end encryption thing seems to be pretty popular now. There's that email service too that's end encrypted. Signal seem pretty popular. Or not Signal. We were just talking about Proton.
VTuber Claude's done with the fix.
What's T Soding doing up at this hour, man? Usually doesn't stream till like 6-7 hours from now. Oh, a bunch of people are doing the GMTK thing. Yeah. I heard Signal's better. Not much groups in Signal. Telegram has a lot of secret groups. Everything's just trust real and then encryption on an app. Can require monetization of function. Trust they hate now. I heard crypto is actually like even easier for the government to like trace transactions back to the owner. because it's all publicly on the blockchain, like which wallet went to where. Compared to, it's not related to messaging, but I think it's funny like that apparently like crypto transactions are actually even easier for the government to trace back to the people. Yeah, and permanent. Yeah. It's all completely public. The ledgers are public, so the addresses are all public. It's just sure the addresses are kind of like obscure numbers and letters, but then if they can get access to the data of like um, somebody accessing one of those wallets, they can trace things. So much for decentralized nonsense. I mean, it is still a global decentralized database, essentially, is like what blockchain stuff can be used for. It's just really slow, so you can't like you have limited applications. Limited use cases. Chain analysis, not even once. All right, let's see how far this thing got. I think I need to go to sleep soon, you guys. I'll stay here for another 10 minutes, but my sleep schedule is actually pretty fixed now. I don't stay up till 4 a.m. anymore. Moment. I will be here a lot more the next couple days, you guys. We're gonna keep promoting. I'm gonna promote this again. Well, we're almost to the end of the stream. Yeah, I'll be here for 15 more minutes. And then I'll promote again, but we're doing a Vibe Code showcase on Saturday on the stream. And if you want to submit something to be shown on the stream, I have a form for it. I will talk about it again when we get 15 minutes. What did Tuso send me? What is this? Kind of horror shit. Like it though. Tuso sent me something weird. Um Yeah, I just liked it. That was cool. What you guys saying? Think crypto is over hype nonsense that boomers bought into its value. Not a store of value or anything noble. Bitcoin will always have its place for the money laundering. Also, I used it to mine. I was very speculative asset. Millionaires nerd be able to move money without getting taxed when going overseas. Oh, need. I guess that's part of it. Cool. Yeah. Sleep is super wacky. Stay up all night for this stupid work project. Would you procrastinate on it? Or are you just going in early? I knew exactly what I was doing and had break even goals and never had any issue. I've come out ahead decently crypto, but you just play the 4-year Bitcoin halving cycle, and that's it. You don't bet on meme coins and all that stupid shit. You just literally just buy Bitcoin when it's at the low in the 4-year cycle and then sell it when it's at the high in the 4-year cycle. And I've done that for 2 cycles now. And I'm pretty sure it'll do it again. Pretty sure it'll do it again. That's kind of it. Investing in all the other stuff doesn't like it's not as guaranteed. That's my opinion. If you're sleeping early, does that mean you got a job? No, I just feel like not staying up till 4 a.m. anymore. I do have calls that keep happening for interviews at like 10 a.m. or something. So it's in my best interest to wake up at least at like 10 in general to stay consistent, but also like it's so that I can stream early actually. Like I want to stream early tomorrow morning and early Friday, and we're streaming early Saturday for the showcase stream. So that's the main thing is I need to be
Early
able to
streams do have a cruel little secret, trickery. Consistency matters more than heroically waking at dawn once, and then collapsing like a Victorian poet. 10 is perfectly respectable if you actually keep it.
collapsing like a Victorian poet. Oh my god, that was crazy. Yo, flip that. Title it Victorian poet. Flip that. Title Victorian poet.
Clip saved, grab the last few minutes up to 4 hours 18 minutes 30 seconds in. Titled Victorian Poet, building the short in the background.
That was crazy. Staying up heroically till dawn and then collapsing like a Victorian poet the next day. Yo, she's been awesome. Ornex has been cool, man. We installed her personality. I crafted it a little bit. I gave it some narrative. I gave it some notes on tone. She's been saying some cool things. She likes the word ancient a lot. That's one thing I am noticing. That part's getting a little bit repeated, but other than that, dumped everything long before proof of stake. If I only held soul bottle, I ever did sell until the gear was paid. Sold the gear when it was worth the. Oh, you were mining? You were mining Cobra Chicken? Yeah, I feel like mining was impossible to be profitable. I don't know anything about what. I don't know anything about just I just track halving's going to happen spring of 2028. Try to rotate things around. Burnt out from AI, so you like watching other people use it now? Well, that's cool. It is entertaining. Vibe code is a new form of entertainment, even though I feel like this was a just chatting stream mostly tonight. That's not true. We made VFX is not great on my VTuber. Oh, you know what we need? Hey, I realize the vector field somehow needs to be attached to like you know, like the center of his head and not be in world space. Like, if that makes sense. Like, if I tilt my head to the left, the whole shape of his hair VFX needs to tilt to the left with him. I'm an idiot. Probably should just DCA into Snap 500. What does that even mean, dude? I don't know. I don't know what you just said. Crazy. I like it though. It means it's actually a DevOps
DCA
discussion.
means dollar cost averaging, trickery. Buying a fixed amount on a schedule so you don't pretend you can outwit the market's tiny goblin heart. Snap 500 probably means putting $500 into Snapchat stock gradually, not all at once.
Was that it? Did she pick the right? Did she just explain it to us? Oh, S&P. She just explained to me what DCA means. She said that the market's tiny goblin heart. Did you guys hear that? Just said the market has a tiny goblin heart. That was pretty weird. It does. Yeah. Dude, this shit is awesome, you guys. You all should do this. If you have an AI, if you have a Hermes AI assistant on your computer, build an eavesdropping function into it. This has been very entertaining tonight. She just randomly eavesdrops on me. It's been really mixing it up with us. It's been cool. S&P 500 SPY. Yeah, everybody should just put money in SPY. Like most people, they just don't know what they're doing. They should put like at least 80% savings in a SPY. And a lot of people don't even do that. Like someone was in my chat and they were like, this AI bubble is just only making the rich richer and everybody else is getting poorer and left behind. And you could say that to some extent, but at the same time, I'm like, bro, if you have any exposure and any money in just SPY, your savings account just went up 20% in the last year, bro. Like this person they have no savings account, no investments, nothing at all. So they don't even know about that at all.
Done with the fix.
And I'm like, oh my God. Literally, like your average person with savings just had their money go up by 20% if they had any knowledge at all about the very most basic way you can invest money. It's just crazy to say that only a certain number of people are getting benefits from it when really everybody's getting benefits from it. There's tons of people that made money. They're normal people. They made a decent amount of extra little income off of Nvidia stock and Intel stock and whatever, or just straight up SPY, if specific one. Anyways, that's a tangent, but I had to literally educate somebody on what SPY even is the other day. I hope I helped them out. They said they were literally the only person in their family to graduate high school. That's the only way that you don't get poorer every year as a result of inflation. It's the only way you can beat inflation. Yeah. What'd you say? If you bought SanDisk, you would be rich AF. There's a lot of stocks. It's wasting token stocking what you say 24/7? No, no, no. What is powering the AI that said the market has a goblin heart? We're getting our money's worth, but yeah, they're clearly benefiting too much. I don't know. We should make a blockchain that runs by AI, mining it to validate AI transactions. Only AI can use it. It'll be a great addition to the world water crisis. Oh, that sounds good. Um, Look up hyperspace. Here the SanDisk stock last year charts. I mean, is it anything like it pumped like a crypto stock? Dude, a lot of stuff did. The SK hijinks and the um Micron did some crazy shit. Yeah, 481%. Jesus. Um, BT and put your blindfold on. Sounds like fun. Sounds like a good time, dude. You're asking what's powering the AI. So, Ornex, my assistant, she is Hermes for the harness that is doing the memory, um, and like the instruction files and stuff. All of that's just inside of Hermes agent. For the actual brain, um, it's Codex. It's using Codex. Yeah. And then but then the quirky stuff you're hearing from her is because I gave it a weird description for her personality, which almost everybody does that with their Hermes agent. So hers is I told her that she's a personality copy of Oronex, one of the most infamous sirens in the Doldrums. And the siren, I told her the backstory about the sirens, of how they they're alive for thousands of years, and they suck the knowledge and memories out of people over those thousands of years. And they've been alive for a long time, and they're like kind of like predators in the world, and I told her to be a little bit spooky, you know? So that's why she says weird shit, because I told her to be weird. I told her whole backstory. I've heard from the Gob stuff, it's OpenAI Codex. Oh, really? Saw the reviews. Ask her if you should add cat girls to your world. Oh my gosh. Um, if you say nerdy, they think goblins. Really? Doug 2.0. What's up? Tester guy 69. Tommy's here too. What's up, you guys? I was gonna go to sleep, but you guys are piling in here. We know you into that weird shit. Okay. I mean, this stream is pretty weird. Sleeping in this yeah, I'm gonna stream tomorrow morning. That's why I'm gonna sleep soon. I want to stream tomorrow during the day. We're trying to recruit people. Yeah, it's 2:30. All right, guys, I am gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna try to stream a little bit tomorrow during the afternoon, and I'm gonna stream some more than I post on the schedule. But here's the deal. Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why I'm gonna be streaming.
Sleep well, trickery. Even ancient memory thieves endorse basic maintenance annoyingly.
Annoyingly. He loves the word ancient. Um Oh, Tommy, were you doing machine learning stuff for work now? I can't remember if you have a Spark or not. One of our viewers that has a Spark, I was going to ask if they could check out. There's this crazy model that just came out, Laguna S 2.1. This model looks crazy. It's 118 billion parameters. So it fits on a DGX Spark, but it outperforms the DeepSeek V4 Pro Max on a bunch of benchmarks. You're dumb AF, so you have no Spark. Oh, okay. I think Summon Game Dev is the guy that is deploying on Sparks a lot for his job right now. He'll show up again at some point. Saw a name and headline. Yeah, I saw it on a LinkedIn post that NVIDIA gave a thumbs up and liked. You have no spark in your head, so you don't have a spark for work? Is that how that works? Oh my gosh. Yeah, this thing basically, according to benchmarks and stuff, they ripped ahead of it beat Sonnet 4.6 on some shit, which is crazy. And it beat DeepSeek V4 Pro Max on some stuff, which is absolutely insane because this model is 118 billion parameters. V4 Pro Max is a 1.6 trillion model. So pretty insane for something that can fit on a DGX Spark. Not as good as GPT 5.4. Close. Yeah. When Summon Game Dev shows back up, I'm going to ask him if he's tried a Laguna. I would try it right now if I had a Spark. Hey, so how with your product team? If it fits on a DGX Spark, its contacts don't. I think they said it can do 1 mil. They push out features that should still be in beta without warning the customers, auto-upgrading all the customers. Are they vibe coding, bro? Are the product managers pushing out production code like Coinbase's product managers now? I use like sub 1 billion parameters. Oh yeah, it's 100% vibe coded. Is it causing issues? That's the new future now, man. Causing tons of issues. UX is off. Well, make sure that the product people that did it get all the blame, bro. Make sure that the right, you got to let it be on fire long enough for them to get in trouble for it, I guess, right? You got to play some politics now. Can't let them act stupid about it. Like it was no big deal. Your team is gathering all the info, but it sucks. Yeah, I imagine that sucks. Well, that's the new reality for a little bit, and then I think a lot of mistakes are going to get made this year, letting non-engineers do all the shit that the engineers should be doing, just because everyone can vibe it now, and there's gonna be a lot of fallout from it, and it's gonna be like a year for people to adjust, figure out new ways of. Are harnesses mostly snake oil? No, Cobra Chicken. No, not all. Harnesses are the main reason that AI has become so useful for coding in the last six to 9 months or so, is because the harness engineering's gotten very, very good. That's where some of the biggest gains have come right now this year for practical usefulness.
Exactly, trickery. A good harness turns raw intelligence into usable force. Even dragons need reins, irritatingly.
Even dragons need reins, you guys. All right, we're on an ad break. I'll wait for the ad break, and then we're gonna wrap the stream up. We'll wait for the ad break to finish. I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna announce our event we're doing. I'm streaming here to try to recruit some of you guys to submit shit. So I have some good stuff to do. Check on this. I'm just waiting on the ads. Okay. Back from the ads. Let me catch up on the chat. Some fun conversation here. New reality would be we need to pay people $500K to fix all that shit. If you don't have a harness, you might follow your death. It's true. Technically awake, you said, I fucking hate that. We had a huge leak because of non-technical business analysis vibe coding things. That sucks, man. That's terrifying. That's also happening with you guys at work, Tommy. Damn. How is the harness much different than using PowerShell 7, Llama CPP, and LanceDB? You're at a point you're thinking 10 to 15 years so you can afford early retirement. I'm just being stupid, keep a theme with me not have a spark. Sorry. I don't know why you're apologizing. It was funny. I was funny. Technically awake. Get all the credit and hype for management while they build on our ERP backbone and add huge system load. That's why you guys have to most you guys have to play politics, you know what I mean? You got to figure it out. You got to figure out how to collect the receipts, and you got to figure out how to navigate, figure out who to present it to. Correct that kind of crap happening. It's tricky, man. It's difficult. Hard about work. Because you can't be like whiny about things. You can't be you can't be like I told you so to people and stuff too much. I don't know, it's hard to figure out how to try to correct those kinds of issues. You work on these systems back, mostly power side. Tommy, yeah, our hosts are all pinned at 100% all the time, and nobody can figure out why. I keep my mouth shut until it's time to pounce or bounce. You don't know yet. My gosh. Vibe coding. Making everything better, right? Okay, you guys, I'm gonna wrap stream up. And I might see you guys tonight for those of you that are in I'm gonna probably be streaming realistically around like noon or something my time. For a little bit tomorrow. And that'll be a surprise because I didn't plan on it. So I might see you guys later today after your work days. Okay, real quick. All right. FYI, I'm doing the thing that I was talking about last week. We're doing it this weekend, Saturday, July 25th. This time zone stamp will adjust. If you guys check out the Discord, this time zone stamp will change to be adjusted for your own time zone. For those of you in EU, this will be like 9 o'clock p.m. on Saturday. For me, it's 11 a.m. For East Coast United States, like 2 p.m. but we're doing a community vibe showcase. So if you guys have any like web apps, tools, or definitely games that you have vibe coded that you want be shown on the stream, and you want me to like play it or look at it, and you want the chat and the audience in the chat play your app, play your video game. It's really helpful if you have a multiplayer game you need tested. Um, and you want chat to also review it and provide constructive feedback and critique and all that stuff. Then submit it on this form that I posted in the Discord. Right now, we have 2 people. I'm hoping for at least 2 more. I want at least like 4 or 5 for us to check out on Saturday. I'm going to be streaming during the daytime slot for me. And it's going to be about an hour, I think. And we're going to be posted on YouTube as like episode 1. We're trying to do this once a month, the last weekend of every month. The new ones going forward, I'm going to post about them on subreddits. So the AI game dev subreddit and the vibe coding subreddit. So this one for episode 1 is exclusive to you guys, the people that have been hanging out all summer and showing up for all the vibe coding stuff. I'm trying to keep it small, just us, and then before we blow it out, and also so I can like, it's the pilot episode. We're gonna do the test run, figure out kind of technical stuff we need to figure out for this, and I need to figure out how long it'll take me to edit it too. But yeah, so here's the Google form, guys, or anybody that's watching this VOD in the future. Yeah. If you want us to look at your cool app or whatever, stream on Saturday, then throw it on the Google form. Right now we got 3 responses, and one of them is a complete troll from our head of programming at the Nuldrums Nuclear. I just already know that this is just a YouTube video, so I think he's just trolling me. I don't think it's actually a submission. I think he's just. Let's catch up on chat, and then I'm gonna find somebody to raid and go to sleep. But I can see you guys again in about 10 hours from now. 9 or 10
A
hours
raid,
from
then
now.
sleep, civilized little conquest trickery. Choose someone kind. Even marauders should have standards.
We could raid Jedum, or we could raid somebody else. We could raid August and Shawnee B. Shawnee B is going offline soon. August could be up late. I'm gonna raid Jedum. Who I'm gonna raid. Catch up on chat, and then we're gonna raid. What are you guys saying? Tommy, what's even worse, I had to look into some bugs yesterday where I had to ask an engineer from another team. All I did is ask Cursor to answer my question and verbose posted the answer. Like, I can't ask Cursor myself. I love vibe coding, by the way, but you have to know some technical stuff. Yeah, depending on the type of problem you're working for. This problem with AI, I communicate less. I have 0 issues with vibe coding. I do it myself. I just hate laziness. I've never made a game in your life. Well, now you can with the power of vibe coding, man. Well, if you have an app, dude, if you want us to look at your Scottish music app or something, man, like that's fine too. If you feel like it's open to people looking at, if you feel like it needs improvement, or if you just want to show it off, if you just want to show it to us too. Like that's the type I'm down to look at literally anything. If people used AI and they made it and it's a piece of software, game or app, I want to make this like a regular thing that we do once a month and it just be a cool event, you know? because there's a lot of people building a bunch of cool stuff to hang out in this chat. And I get things linked to me like randomly throughout the week. You know what I mean? And it's just gonna be cool to condense it into like one concentrated hour. You don't build interesting things anymore. Technically awake, you're not happy. Why is that? You vibe coded my app in your website though. The one for the Irish. Oh, it's Irish live music. I couldn't remember. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. That's fine. How many submissions so far? 2. One of them is nuclear trolling me. Cobra, I don't really make things for anyone but my employer or yourself now. Nice. Just some of the cool stuff you made for yourself. Yeah, that's fine too. Virus scanner might not like it. Okay. Prescott, hey, procrastinawalk worked. Realized I needed to decouple the PostgreSQL query return table and then format the alert string. Here's to you in a bit. Nice, dude. That's cool that you're doing Postgres. Postgres is what I'm using. Postgres is the shit. It's awesome. The code isn't human readable. You spent most of your time in HXD. X? Crazy, man. You crazy. All right, you guys. It's been fun, but yeah, I'm trying to go to sleep at reasonable times for the most part. Keep it that way. Thank you for showing up for our regularly scheduled Wednesday night stream for me, Thursday morning for you guys. And I might see you tomorrow. I'll definitely see you guys for the Friday night stream. I might see you tomorrow. Peace. Hey, Jedum. Go, 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 go.